trick or treat. I was knocking at your door every week, and I saw you on my fortune cookie. What a great gift, like a basket of goodies. But you were cold as an ice sea, and I got a little bit of a brain freeze. I can speak your language, if you just let me in. I don't need a dating app, 'cause I got a candy crush on you, but you broke me like a Kit Kat. Let my heart not fall, running in the trash. Now I'm scrolling and paroling through your Instagram feed. No, I'm not trolling, but you're all I wanna see. Insanity approaching, man, I'm drinking jealousy like a Coca-Cola. Are we? I'm gonna keep the doctor away, 'cause you're my apple every day. Every day I'm thinking about you, muffin. When I wake up, I'm thinking about you, muffin. You know our love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you.
Alright. She's an angel, like a food cake. Got a halo and I'm looking like a double take. Stream with me, I'ma be a E-boy. We go my diamonds, hey, I know I'm a bad boy.
I've been looking in a jar full of jelly beans. Fly me to the moon pie up in Tennessee. Maybe I'll find you, yeah, we were meant to be. With the ring pop, I'll get down on one knee. Marry me.
Willy Wonka, Willy Wonka, I'ma be your chocolate.
Hello, chat. Good morning. Happy wrong one. Hold on. Happy Valentine's Day. Hello, everybody. Give it a second. Why is it end updating? Hold on, chat. It's on the other one. There you go. Hello! Good morning, everybody! How are you guys doing? Happy Valentine's Day! Why isn't the music playing? There we go. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody! All right, let's go. Everybody, I am going to continue working on the castle today, but I've got a fun little tidbit to show you. Look who is on. Pilly. So we may get the opportunity to do lore here soon. Pilly hasn't said anything in the chat. I don't know if he's there or not, so we're just gonna wait a little bit. Where is... Did we really use up all that stone? Dang, chat, that's scary how much stone we used up. Can you not? Yes. Yes, dang it. But how are you guys doing today? I'm kind of shocked at how much stone we used up. Are you guys having a good day? I don't know if Pilly's AFK or just doing stuff. Oh, look, that's still here. That's cool. Thank you, Hexica, for the 49 months. Hexica, you hit 48 months last month with last month, which is 4 flipping years. Thank you, Hexica, for the 4 years and 1 month. Happy subiversary. Hi. Pilly's at the library. Okay, give me a smidgen and I will go over there. I'm trying to polish this up a little bit. Just to make it quasi-symmetrical. Oh, I am not envious of the pattern. Doing the pattern all the way around is going to be super annoying, but also super rewarding. How are you today? How long did it take you to build this castle? How long have we been working on this for, chat? Maybe a week-ish? I don't think we've been working on it that long, all things considered. He's live at the moment? Okay, perfect. We might go say hello then shortly. There we go. Okay. At least a week, you think? It's been a week. Also, look at who's level 122. Valtop Power. Who's number 1, chat? We are. That's flipping right. Numero uno. We are the strongest, chat. Let's go. Let's flip and go. We succeeded. We won the No Life Award. But I'm pretty happy with it, all things being equal. So, I'll take it. I'll take it, chat. How are you guys doing today, by the way? Should we go visit Pilly? I feel like we should go say hi at some point. Alley Cat! Thank you for the 10 gifted. Hey, everybody, just for the record, happy Valentine's Day. Okay? And I don't want you guys to feel discouraged at all if you have nobody to spend time with on Valentine's Day, because guess what? You have us. Let's flipping go, chat. You have us. So you're not alone on Valentine's Day, because we're here with you. Isn't that right, chat? Let's flipping go. Valentine's Day is for all forms of love. I agree. I agree. I agree. That's very sweet. Okay, let's see where this is. Okay. Huh. Wait a minute. Oh my gosh, you've got to be joking.
Ding, 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 ding.
Son of a muffin. Well, chat, that's the way the muffin crumbles. How are you guys doing, by the way? Are you guys having a good Valentine's Day? Anyone do anything exciting today? Okay, we'll go this way. Boop, 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 boop. Wait, does this wrap around and connect? Yeah, it's gotta be 2 out. Lot of pain from work. I just got chocolate covered strawberries from it. Okay, that sounds actually delicious. Just for the record, I love chocolate covered strawberries. They're way better than chocolate covered cherries, by the way, while we're on that subject, which are awful, but chocolate covered strawberries. That is a nice gift. My gym membership got canceled. Don't feel bad. The one gym membership I bought in my life, I went there twice. I never went again, so I wouldn't feel bad about that. Gym memberships, in my opinion, are a waste of money. See, this is my advice for people, like genuinely. Don't buy gym memberships. Instead, find a gym that has a daily model subscription, okay? That lets you go daily, okay? And pay for a day pass, okay? To go instead. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you are able to maintain that and maintain your your pattern of going, then shell out for a subscription. But if you don't maintain it, just don't bother. Okay? That's my thought on it. Because what I found is I bought gym memberships and then I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna get so fit. And you just never go again. Maybe Cosve. Is there some fun maps we can check out? We probably will pop in. Because it is Valentine's Day. And I'm sure there's something for us to check out on Game Maker later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think. Yep. But I really do hope you guys are having a good day. And again, like, I know that's tongue-in-cheek, kind of a joke on one hand, like saying don't be sad if you're feeling a little lonely on Valentine's Day. But that's also, like, genuine, like, seriousness, chat, okay? Some people don't necessarily feel alone, per se, but it's sort of the social pressure of, like, oh, you shouldn't be alone on Valentine's Day. Well, what if someone just went through a breakup before Valentine's Day, right? What if someone just doesn't want to hang out with anyone? You can hang out with the friends, which I'm going to be honest, it is just my opinion, right? I think Valentine's Day is based around corporate greed and designed to get us to purchase gift cards and things we don't need and whatnot. But just because that may be the origin doesn't mean we can't turn it into something nice for things we do for the people we care about. And there's a good argument to be made on that, you know? You can take something that had a bad origin or maybe a less genuine origin and turn it into something good. You feel me? Food for thought. So don't be discouraged, chat. One way or the other. Because again, there are plenty of fish in the sea, and if you don't like fish, well, you can just enjoy your day. Anyway, how's this going? And I totally screwed this up. I did it the wrong dimensions, chat. There we go. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the 10 gifted. Thank you, guys. You actually spoil me. We need to have a conversation about this. I'm rather disconcerted by this, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, allocate. Elizabeth9428. Thank you guys for the support on this beautiful Valentine's Day that I'm totally not alone on. Gosh darn it. Nah, I'm just kidding. I will say, chat, there is something special about people being able to find someone to share any day with, right? And there's something I think that should be I think that's something that should be celebrated, right? Whether or not you subscribe to the idea of a day of giving, you know, specific love or joy or whatever to somebody, like, you know, whether or not you think it's just a bastion of corporate, you know, selling or whatever. I think it doesn't, again, like, no memes. I don't think it diminishes from what it can be. So, live your best life, chat. That's my philosophy. The best you can do each day. Don't be discouraged. Whee! We'll see how things play out. No memes. Anyway. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Go away. But anyway, chat. So, I did some more research last night, chat. Offline. And I spent a lot of time optimizing various techniques and doing attempts on various techniques. And I've discovered, chat, that silverfish are incredibly annoying to work with, but are pretty darn effective at certain things. So I managed to figure out some really cool tricks that I was utilizing. I also rekindled my love of the trident, which is super fun. And it's just a fun tool, and I'd missed it more than I'd realized, because it had literally been, I think, months since years since I used it, like, almost religiously. Daytime. Alright. Let me see if I can get up there. Whee! Oh, yeah! Let's go. Hi, Bad. I love your lives. Thank you. But does anyone have anything interesting planned? Tell me your Valentine's Day stories, chat. Allow me to live vicariously through you guys. Okay. Anyone do anything particularly interesting and exciting? Go on a particular, like, nice place. Did your SO take you out to a nice dinner? Are you going to go out to a nice dinner? Are you taking someone out? My sister asked out the girl I was going to ask out, so I'm doing nothing. Enjoy being alone forever. No, I'm just kidding. That's unfortunate. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Nah, that's sad. That was a joke. That was a joke, chat. That was 100% a joke. I apologize. Forgive me. My spouse surprised me with a salted caramel cheesecake. I flipping love cheesecake. Oh my gosh, that sounds so good. Are you talking about this?
Hello.
That's
Happy
awesome.
Valentine's Day. I haven't been active online recently taking a break, but I wanted to stop by and gift since I haven't in a little.
Aww.
To every ghostie, you're never alone and we love you, heart.
That's so true, chat. Chat, there's something to be said. I hear a lot of times, right? Like, if you've never had a high school sweetheart or like a high school crush or something like that, a lot of people chat. I think not even a lot of people. I think almost everybody chat. Whatever relationship you're in at some point before you really find that person. A lot of people get in their head. They're like, oh, how can I live without this person? And say they go through a breakup. I think once you go through like your first like major breakup and you make it out the other side, is sort of that wake up call for people that they can find happiness even, you know, with somebody else, right? But also it doesn't mean that you shouldn't put any energy into there's two sides of that, chat. There's the being too willing to let a relationship go, which is the danger that I think a lot of people get in, because they go, well, there's plenty of fish in the sea, I'll be fine. And there's the danger of being so too willing to let a relationship go and being too stressed at a relationship. There's a fine balance to everything. Okay, and I think if you're in that situation where you're feeling like, oh my goodness, like Valentine's Day kind of hypes that vibe for a lot of people, where they start feeling really alone and they feel really let down and they feel like they're a failure if they're alone, right? And I think it's important to remember that, son of a gun, at the end of the day, like, it's wherever you're at in your life, right? And I was teasing that person a little bit. Hope they didn't take it too badly. I was just messing with you. But you'll, like, if you find yourself alone on a Valentine's Day, that's okay to be in that situation, right? Because at some point in your life, like the phrase, there's plenty of fish in the sea, is kind of silly, but it's also very true, right? There's plenty of people out there, and there's somebody out there who's for you, who's the type of person who will match and blend with you in just the right way. But also, chat, relationships are a lot of work and maintenance and things like that, from the perspective of like don't necessarily get hung up on finding exactly the right person. Because a lot of times, you're never going to find the right person. Ask this to anyone who's ever moved a lot, and they're always like, oh, I got to find the exact right place to live, or something like that. And what they'll tell you is that there is no such thing as a perfect place to live. And relationships are like that too, right? Where there is a lot of work and maintenance and maintaining and things that go into a relationship. In the same way, there's a lot of work and maintenance and maintaining that go into taking care of a house or an apartment or something like that. And that's something that, honestly, if I'm being 100% real, is not communicated enough to people. People have the expectations a lot of people go into relationships are, I should be just happy and everything should work out, and the second things get tough, I'm peacing out, right? When in reality, it's more so often the grind and the energy you have to put into the relationship is ultimately the thing that makes the relationship worth it. Because everything worth doing requires work. Anything that comes easy probably isn't worth doing. Because it, you know, what's it worth if it comes to you too easy, right? And that's just the reality of the situation. So there's the meme. There's your Valentine's Day lesson today. But you know, regardless of where you're in and what relationship you're in, you ever find yourself having relationship woes? You know, communication and having the appropriate conversation with your partner or significant other can never go wrong. But trying to, you ever hear the phrase, chat? I love this. Here's something that's going to blow your mind, right? I don't know. This blew my mind one day when I was thinking about this. Maybe it'll blow yours. You ever hear the phrase, chat? Treat other people the way you would want to be treated. You ever hear that phrase, right? Have you ever heard that? A lot of people, when they hear that phrase, right? They hear that rule. Thank you, by the way, Rachel, for the raid. Hello. I'm so sorry. I saw it and my brain was doing something else, but thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Okay. If you've ever heard that phrase, chat, right? There's a way people interpret that phrase that actually is the opposite. They call it the golden rule. There's a way of interpreting that phrase, chat, is actually the opposite of how you actually should be interpreting it. And it's the way people will interpret it is they'll go, oh, so I should treat people the way I would want them to be, the way I would want to be treated. In the way that they might say, like, say I'm being picked on by somebody, right? Well, I wouldn't want them to pick on me, so I'm going to pick on them back to kind of teach them that being picked on is wrong or something like that, right? Or, you know, I don't like what this person did, therefore I'm going to do X, Y, or Z back. And in reality, the way to rephrase that, the way I would add or I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but think more of the rule in this way. Treat people the way you would want to be treated if you were them. In other words, if you were in their shoes, walking their shoes, and you, let's say, for example, somebody, one of your friends maybe, says something that really gets on your nerves, right? They're a friend of yours. If you were treating them the way you would want to be treated, well, you in that situation don't want to be treated badly, so you might snap at your friend because you're like, well, if I was, you know, my friend, they shouldn't be treating me this way, so you might snap at them. But if you were thinking about it from their perspective, if you were going, if I was my friend and I was saying something hurtful to my other friend, I might not know that that thing is hurtful. How would I want somebody to approach me if I was saying something hurtful to them? Would I want them to lash out, or would I want them to approach it in a kind and considerate way? And that's something that I think a lot of people get caught up in the weeds of that, even when trying to do the right thing, is they go, and that acts as a justification for a lot of, ultimately, in my opinion, bad actions, right? So there's just something to keep in mind, is a lot of times, chat, communication is very important, but I think perspective is also very important. Understanding that the way you look at somebody and their actions may not line up with how that person sees the world. They might see the world completely different from how you in your mind think they see the world. And so you might be putting motives into their actions that they're not putting at all, right? And there's people often call that giving someone the benefit of the doubt. Think about that, chat. We always want other people to give us the benefit of the doubt, but we rarely give other people the same benefit of the doubt. Oh, hi. Look at this chat. Let's go say hi to Pilly. Greetings. Fascinating. It doesn't seem like Pilly recognized us. Alright, chat. It's lore time. Let's go lore it up. Now that we fixed... Oh, look at that! Ah, it looks so good! Ah, I love it! Ah! Oh, from the side it looks great too. Oh my gosh. Okay. Lore it up. Whee! Happy Valentine's Day. Where are you? Oh, look, chat. Whee! Ow! Bruh!
Quack.
Bruh! What the fudge, chat? You seeing this? Batman, you seeing this? This is ridiculous, chat. We live in a society. He's cat. Anyway. Well, we live in a society, chat. Ironically, though, this does make construction a lot easier to do. Okay. Anyway. I'm sure Pilly will be back. Hold on. Let's find a good spot. I should probably repair my pants, but they're not quite there yet. You think we got enough stuff we can fix this wall? Let's see if we do, chat. I want to kind of fill this wall in. And toggle. First time chat. Happy Valentine's Day. Hi. Happy Valentine's Day. I personally, chat, even though I don't have a lot of respect for Valentine's Day as a whole, I personally will say I've enjoyed to a large degree the little friend Valentine's Day equivalents I've done with my friends, which even if at the end it's a little bit of a stretch for me, I still find it very nice hanging out with the homies. Thank you, allocate, for the 10 gifted again. Allocate, we missed you, by the way. We're glad to have you here. But don't feel like every time you gotta pop up, you're required to gift a bunch of subs. Pay the dues. Pay your dues, allocate. We just love having you here. So just food for thought. It's nice to see you again. I hope you're doing well, Ollie. We enjoy your presence and your company. Isn't that right, chat? And look who's back. Speak of the devil. Alright. At spawn. I'm gonna mark this really
Ding
quick.
ding 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 ding.
How far down does it have to go? Oh, I'm guessing we go down like 1, 2, 3. Wait a minute. Bro. You've got to be joking. We're gonna have to do something different for this wall. Alright, let's go, chat. Oh, look at what the server gave me, by the way. This. Happy Valentine's Day from the Realm. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Ding 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 ding.
Thank you, Tika. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Hello.
Hello.
You
Why
alright?
are you crouching?
I don't know.
Yes.
You look a little ill.
Ill.
Are you
I
safe
don't
to
feel ill.
Are you safe to approach?
I think I am.
Think you are.
You think?
Ah, social distancing. Social distancing. 6 foot rule.
Why?
Are you okay?
Are you scared of me? Are you scared
I'm
of me?
glad you're doing so good. Hey, we should probably sleep so we can avoid some phantoms, don't you think? Stop
can
it!
sleep.
Social distancing! 6
Are you
feet.
scared of me?
COVID's still spreading.
Why are you scared of me?
I'm fine. I'm not scared of you. You're just... Alright, there we go. You stay down there.
Sure.
Hi,
I'll stay below.
are you feeling yourself, Pilly?
Yes. I
You're-
am myself.
You're looking a little not green. You're looking a little purple.
Well, I always
And
been
pink.
white.
Yeah. Yeah, no, You sure you're okay?
I am literally perfectly fine.
Okay.
I mean, besides from the fact that I literally had to deal with people yelling at me, being mean at me, meanwhile I'm trying to get back home. I guess that's the only thing.
Where's your home at?
I don't know, and that's what concerns me.
Oh. Well, I missed you. I'm glad you're back, even if you're looking a little under the weather.
I don't know you.
But it... Oh. Is someone else here? No. Are you you're talking about me? You don't know me?
No.
But it's Badboyhalo. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. You know, your best friend, comrade in arms, the king. You don't remember me? Well, emperor, some would say. No? Really?
Nope. No.
1,000 apples tall, Badboyhalo. You don't remember?
Yeah, no. Hold on.
Okay.
So, okay.
Uh-huh.
I think you have things wrong.
Go on.
I don't know you because we have never met.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Did you hit your head? I guess Clown hit your head
What?
over and over again.
No. People, can you give me 1 second?
Yeah, go on. Tell me if this gets any better, chat. I'm gonna try this. Hilly, no. Hi, welcome back.
Hi.
So you're not feeling a
Nope.
little amnesiac or a little
I actually have perfect memory.
but you don't remember me.
No, because I have never met you.
Okay, but like what's the last thing you remember? Like or I
Well-
guess the earliest thing.
The last thing I remember, I was sitting in my house. I was eating soup.
You were sitting in your house eating soup?
Mm-hmm.
Where's your house at?
Oh, my house? My house is in a mountain. It's like a valley between mountains, but it's covered by snow. Very heavy snow. Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Pilly, I think you're experiencing some side effects from COVID, which can include memory loss. I think we should maintain our social distancing.
I don't have COVID. I'm not sick. I don't feel sick.
Are you sure?
I am sure. I'm just lost.
You're just lost. Well, I can show you your house if you need help.
Yeah? You know how to get to my house? You know how to get where I live?
Yeah, no, I know where your house is. It's
Okay, show me.
probably over there. I think. Here, come on, follow me.
Sure.
While maintaining
many-
appropriate social distancing standards.
How many days of walk are we talking, by the way?
Less than one?
I really doubt that my house is less than one.
It's
walk
right
away.
over here.
It would usually take us like 5 days to just get out of the snowy mountains.
5 days? What?
Yeah, we had to travel using reindeer.
Do you... Reindeer.
Yeah.
Okay, well, follow me. You ever meet a guy named Santa?
No.
Okay. I'm not paying
Have
him
you ever met
back.
a guy named Pat Frost?
Who?
Exactly.
Jack Frost. Alright, welcome home.
Hi. This is cozy, but I surely did not rented this place.
I think this is your home, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure, but
Yeah, I have not paid for this location.
well, it's fine. You can help yourself to anything in here. Here, have one tropical fish.
I am hungry.
They are full of nutrients. You sure you're feeling all right?
Yes, I am alright. Why do people keep asking me that?
You really don't remember, like me?
No. I remember all my friends. I remember my house. I remember my pets. I remember my duties. I remember everything. I don't remember you because we have never met.
Oh no! Are you sure you're my Pilly?
Oh no, I'm not.
Then who the fudge are you?
That's a great question.
And where's Pilly? Hey!
Hey. Why so angry all of a sudden?
I want my Pilly, not this Pilly. Where's Pilly?
Hey, from what everyone's been telling me so far, I think you're dead, man. I'm sorry.
Well, why are you here and not them?
I don't know. I
How
didn't
do I
choose to
get
be here.
How do I get the other Pilly back?
I mean, if they're not here, they're dead. Like, I'm gonna be so honest with you. I don't think I've seen another me before.
Well, what's your name? Or is your name Pilly too?
Yeah.
I don't like this new update.
Update's crazy. I would call it an upgrade, actually. I mean, if the other Pilly is actually not here because they died, then maybe that's because they're
Well,
not good enough.
how do you feel about Twilight?
Whatever.
Can you walk into that river and just sink to the bottom for like 20 minutes, please?
What for?
There's something shiny down there.
I'll go.
Yeah, just stay down there for a little bit. I'll tell you when you can come out.
Okay.
So you don't like Twilight?
I mean, I don't care about it. What's so special?
Wow, bad. Having to deal with someone
my
who came back
gosh.
from the dead and amnesiac. Surely this is a new experience for you.
That's crazy. Okay. So tell me about this place you used to live.
What about it?
Well, you said you're not from here and you're from somewhere else. Tell me about it.
Well, I mean, it's not really a big of a deal.
Well, I
there's
want to
just-
hear about it.
Okay, jeez. I mean, there's this, like, town that, I built, and we all kind of live there. There's also a factory right next to it. It's abandoned again.
A factory.
Yes.
You an elf?
Hmm? Owie.
Oh, no, you got to stay down there.
Alright, I'm staying.
So a factory. Tell me more. What did they make at this factory?
Well, they used to make chocolate before it got blown up.
Chocolate?
Yes, it was a chocolate factory. Candy is everything, really.
Candy. They made candy. What?
Wow.
Was it delicious candy? What kind of candy?
Actually, it was kind of good. Ow. So you don't know any factory, you don't know any Snowy Valley.
No, I don't.
Then guess where I'm from, it's not really close.
They're not from around here. You're from like the water or something.
No, I'm pretty sure I come from another realm.
This is very disconcerting, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, don't worry, I'm no threat to anyone. I don't harm people. Why are you so quiet? Why are you so quiet?
I'm just thinking.
Thinking about me?
No.
Ow.
Do you remember anything now?
No. No, I don't.
Now?
No, I don't.
Now?
No, I don't.
Now?
No, I don't.
Now?
Why are you hitting me?
I've seen it work like this sometimes. If you hit someone enough, they can remember things. Ow!
Do you remember?
I remember how much being hit hurts.
Do
Ow!
you remember the day you were born?
Ow! Stop it!
Can you remember?
Stop it! Stop it! Yeah, I remember.
Okay, then please tell me.
No.
Okay.
Are you sure you're Pilly?
About the day that you'll die.
Uh.
Can you tell me about it?
Which death?
Oh, you had a couple of them?
No.
Oh, it's pretty.
Here, let's go inside. So, you genuinely do not remember me? Like, anything at all?
Yes. I'm sorry, man. The only... The only thing that I saw was the bug guy.
The bug guy?
Yeah.
What bug
The bug guy. The bug guy with the silly hat
Can you elaborate?
and the bug eye.
The
Red
bug guy.
and black with the white mask. The bug guy. Yeah.
The bug guy. You're talking about Clown? How do you feel about Clown?
I don't know.
Do you like Clown?
I can't have an opinion on someone that I don't know.
So you have nothing, like no thoughts about Clown?
No, I haven't spoken to the guy. All I know is it was the last thing I saw before I got here.
Okay.
Probably know something. And if he doesn't, then I guess I'm screwed.
Interesting.
Have you seen any portals, any openings, anything? No.
Yeah, I've seen an end portal recently.
Oh yeah. I went there.
How do you feel about pangolins?
I met one earlier.
What'd you think of him?
Honestly, guy's a mess. Like, he's very fragile. I don't know what's going on with him, but he's definitely stuck with very deep sadness. Apparently, I upset him or something. I don't know. I was, earlier, I think I told him something that really hurt him, and he got really sad, and then, this girl called Ross basically said that I was a bad person because I did it. I don't know. I find it funny. Very interesting. Why? Should I watch out? Should I,
Yeah, I think... Nah.
What?
No, nothing. Okay, so... You didn't remember the pangolin either.
Mm-mm.
Really?
I don't know anyone. I don't, cause I don't know anyone.
So you're not Pilly then?
No, I am not.
You're Pilly too.
I wouldn't like to be called the second. I am pretty confident that I am better than the first.
Pilly Dose. Dose Pilly.
Yeah. Sure.
This is upsetting.
Oh yeah. I am 5 apples tall.
Maybe if you die again, we can get Pilly 1 back.
Why do you want the other Pilly back so bad?
The other Pilly was the best Pilly, I think.
If the other Pilly isn't here, it's because the other Pilly is dead.
Yeah, but the other Pilly was passionate in their pursuit of death.
And they achieved what they wanted then. Why would you want to bring them back to life? Isn't that selfish?
No. Round 2. You know? I think just because you achieve your objectives doesn't mean you can't make new ones. Oh.
I don't know. I'm gonna be fully honest, man. I think they're dead.
How do you feel about Hot Topic?
Overrated.
You're like the opposite of Pilly.
Yeah, maybe because I am not Pilly. But at least you're Pilly.
Oh my gosh. You don't like Twilight. You can't remember anybody. Except Clown. Ugh. This is very disconcerting. What if, let me ask you this. Do you have any feelings for anybody at all?
I don't have feelings for people. I don't have feelings. You mean what sort of feelings? Negative, positive?
Positive, or negative, actually. Either or.
Not really. Like, I don't think I really care that much for the people in here. I guess Amesy was kind of nice to me. I think they have been the only ones that have been kind of understanding of the situation.
Okay. What
Other than
about...
that, I can't have opinions on anyone else.
Okay. You know what? I know what we need to do. We need to show you things that Pilly liked. Come with me.
Okay.
Alright. This... Son of a gun! Oh, wait! This... You gotta walk. Put one foot in front of the other.
I'm walking.
Over here, this is Pilly's wall. Pilly built this. What do you think?
What for?
To protect Red.
From what?
To protect Red Base. This is Red Base.
Okay, so they built the wall with the big opening.
Yeah, they built a wall. Well, yeah, it's got a gate. Walls have gates. And then come over here.
The forest.
Well, yeah. This is the castle where the tyrant lives. Pilly spent a lot of time trying to take this over. What do you feel when you look at it?
It's just a building.
Uh-huh.
It'll probably get destroyed in a couple of years.
Yeah, probably. These are the sheep of doom. Pilly spent
food.
Yeah, Pilly spent a lot of time admiring the sheep.
Okay.
And then this is the inside of the castle. Right here? Does this spot have any significance to you?
The door?
Yeah.
I was here earlier, yeah, I guess. I was looking at the ugly horse.
Pilly killed Ugly Horse? That is... Yeah, that is kind of an ugly horse, but no. Pilly killed the tiny tyrant here.
Pilly... Okay, so your Pilly killed someone?
Yes, the tiniest of tyrants.
Oh, well... Ooh, that's bad.
Hmm?
I mean, killing people, it's bad.
Killing people is bad?
Yeah, why would you take someone else's life?
Why
You
not?
should have authority over that.
What if I do have authority?
You don't.
No, I do.
No, you don't.
No, I do.
Okay, so let me raise you a question. Why do you think you're so important that you can make decisions for other people's lives?
I'm not.
Especially in a place where they're limited.
I'm not so important.
Then you're just being selfish and you're really thinking about yourself. You're not thinking about the person, you're taking their life away.
I think my perspectives are above selfishness.
I think your perspectives are made out of selfishness.
I think your perspective is made out of silliness.
No.
Let's
continue.
Why do you care if you previous Pilly killed the tiny tyrant? He had it coming.
That just means they probably were not a really good person.
Oh no. Here, come in here. This is where the tiny tyrant resides, on his tiny chair. Right there.
Are you talking about the king?
Yeah, the king, the tiny king.
Well, I mean, it's a complicated castle. I was actually lost in here. I couldn't find my way out.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I saw the pangolin act.
Yeah, this is where the pangolin likes to hang out.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Why do you have a death aura surrounding you? What have you done?
I've killed a lot of people.
I could tell.
You can see that. Nice.
Yeah.
Old Pilly couldn't see that. You can't be old Pilly.
Have you killed anyone recently?
Unfortunately, no. Well, define recently.
Past hundreds of years?
1 or 2.
Hey, that's not bad. I mean, it is bad, but I expected more. Because it's very intimidating. Horror.
Yeah.
I can live with that.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. Yeah, if it was more, that'd be crazy. What about you? How many people have you killed?
Well, I didn't expect you to ask the question back. I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, sorry.
How many?
Anyways. There was a time where I used to kill a lot of people, not anymore.
Oh, good for you.
Thank you. Yes, no, I left that life away. Changed.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Why did you kill
No, it is for
people?
the best. For fun.
For fun?
Yeah.
That's very selfish of you.
I know.
Just fun?
Mm-hmm. Just fun. I will hunt them down like little animals.
Oh.
Not anymore.
Why'd you do this? Where'd you do this?
I don't even remember. It's been so long, I just didn't recollect memory from it. Just know I did it. Just flashes of here and there. Flashes
This
from the past.
is...
Why
Where
are
did
you?
you...
Why are you? Why are you? You're interested now, aren't you?
No.
No?
Where'd you live before the factory?
Before the factory, I used to live in this town with a big tree. It was a big purple tree.
A big purple spring.
Mm-hmm.
What was in it? The spring.
I don't know. Magic? Where did you used to live before here?
Oh, you know. Around. I kind of travel place to place, go where I'm needed.
Travel? How often do you travel? How long have you been here?
Quite a bit. I've been here a few weeks, I think.
Few weeks.
Yep, before this, I was somewhere else.
Okay. Me too. I was
Thank
at
you,
my house.
Ellen.
I know. Sounds crazy. I was home. People don't believe it. I was home.
So, how did you get here? Do you remember?
I mean, usually, if I wanted to travel, I'll use my waves. But this wasn't a me doing, which is what's concerning. Really concerning, actually.
So you just showed up here?
Yes.
Taking
Something or
Pilly's...
someone pulled me here.
And
I need to get back because I don't want to be here.
How do you
There's a lot
get back?
going on. I don't know. I don't. Generally, I would love to know. I read the books at the library, and I read about the Observer, and I read about the Keepers of the Realm.
What do you think about them?
I mean, it's interesting. I don't know. I don't know if they'll be able to help me, honestly. He seemed to be kind of not useless, but.
Do you like fishing?
I mean, we don't fish where I'm from, so
Have you ever fished before?
Yes, I have fished before, but it's been a while. I might be a little bit rusty.
You should snag a fishing rod. Here you go. Let's fish. Pilly hated fishing.
Is that so?
I don't know, actually.
Well, I mean, fishing is an activity.
Yeah.
What?
Nothing.
I see you staring.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No,
You're
I'm
really
not.
bad at pretending. You're really, really bad at
Just thinking.
I have a question for you.
Yeah. Social distancing. Social distancing.
You're scared of something, yet I can't understand what you're scared of.
Well, you look a lot different than other Pilly. Which means you probably have the flu.
The flu? I'm not sick.
When I look different, it's because I'm sick. So you must be sick.
With what exactly?
I don't know. Well, either you're sad or sick, so which is it?
I'm not sad.
Then you've got the flu. Social distance. Ing. Do you want some food?
Yes, please.
Here you go.
You think I'm dumb?
I'm just testing.
Thank you.
Do you know how long until old Pilly will be back?
No. Just because I am another Pilly, it doesn't mean that I know everything about the other Pilly. I don't know how they work. I don't know. And if you told me that they wanted to die, I'm pretty sure they're dead.
You know,
D-E-A-D, dead.
you know I gave you that armor you're wearing?
Yes, you.
Yeah.
Why did you
supposed
do
to
it?
be for Pilly.
Oh.
Pilly
You
1.
want it back?
No, you can have it.
I mean, I do want to apologize. I know it probably hurts a lot to not have your friend here with you. But I'm not your friend.
Okay. Here, let's see if there are beds in here. The beds! Here, sleep in this.
Alright.
There we go. Yippee!
Do you want to do something?
I don't know. You
said
really
so
don't
you
remember
want me
anything?
here.
Like, none of this looks familiar at all?
Nope. Nope.
Well, what do you want? Why are you here?
I want to go back home.
But you don't know where home is?
No. No, I don't.
Do you know what direction home is?
I know where it is. I just don't know what direction it is. Not direction. I don't know how to travel to it.
Maybe it's that way.
You think I should start walking that way?
I mean, maybe.
Alright.
I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
Why do you hate me?
Because you're not Pilly. You're Pilly too.
Yet, you're still here.
Yep, that's true. Boop. I am still here.
Badboyhalo.
Yes, that is me. That is what people call me, at least.
Would you kill me?
No. Not right now.
Would you betray me?
I don't really have a reason to.
Then, I mean, I guess I guess we can be acquaintances or something.
I guess. Ugh.
Unless you don't want to, I can leave and I can start walking that direction
Well,
forever.
Maybe it'll just take you a little bit of time. Maybe you'll remember other Pilly stuff if I wait a little bit.
Listen, the only thing I actually remember from the old Pilly is the bug.
A bug.
Yes.
A bug.
Yes.
Okay, well, we can start there. We'll figure things out. Maybe we should introduce you to the bug.
Okay. I need a pickaxe.
Yeah, no, you do. You do need a pickaxe. I guess we can go get you one. Follow me.
Fear I am broke. Yes.
Yeah, other Pilly was also broke.
Yeah.
As Yellow tried to.
Died.
Oh, as Yellow tried to recruit you into their faction yet?
Yellow. Who's in yellow again?
Ross, Tiny Tyrant.
Well, I mean, I did talk to the king for a little bit.
Really? What did he say?
He asked me how many apples tall I was.
Oh. Yeah, he and I spent Valentine's Day together.
Today?
Yeah, we took a camel ride on Valentine's Day.
Oh, so I missed the king.
Yeah, someone say that.
Interesting. Why do you feel like you want to share this information?
I just thought it was relevant since we were talking about the king, you know?
I see. So, are you, like, together?
What? With the king?
Yeah, I mean, you spent Valentine's together. Isn't that
Gross.
what Valentine's is for?
What? No. We just went on a camel ride while the sun was going down.
You went on a ride on Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
With the king.
Yeah.
I mean, so you guys are not together romantically?
Gross.
So it is politically, like, arranged.
What? What do you mean?
Like, you know, when two royal from different places marry to create, like, a...
No one said we were married. No, it was just a very Valentine's Day filled camel ride. That's it.
Maybe where I'm from, Valentine's is different.
Probably.
So where are we going again?
We're heading to the enchantment table so I can make you a pick.
This is so complicated.
Yeah, it's a bit of a walk. Welcome to my territory. This is my pumpkin farm. That's my tree farm.
And the farm.
Yep. And that's my castle we just passed by. Yeah, pretty much everything is mine.
So you invest in property is what I'm hearing.
I don't know if invest is the right word. More.
So you're not fond of capitalism?
No, capitalism involves too many people having things that could be mine, so no. But welcome to my forest. These are my snail's horses. This is a snail. A nine snapped. There's a tree, which is good for XP. You cut them down like this. And you get lots of XP. And then this is the enchantment table over here. Let me see. So you need a pick, right? Unfortunate.
Yeah, I do. I do need a pick.
Alright. Do you need anything else?
Well, I just want to build a house.
Let's see. You just want to build a house. Let's see what type of pick we can get. Nope.
Can I call you bad?
I mean, you can. Do you feel so inclined? Here you go. Will that do?
No, I just think you're bad.
That's crazy. I mean, you can refer to me as bad. I go by lots of names.
Okay.
Destroyer of Forest is one. The Great Deforester.
The Great Deforester.
Yeah.
Big Loser.
So a lot of words for someone who wants free stuff.
How about Short King? Hey.
Anyway, here, give me that pick back.
Okay.
Okay. All right, here you go. This will be a little bit better. All right, this pick has a magic ability where when you right click or when you mine stuff, it'll put the blocks in your inventory. There you go.
Oh.
All right, now come on. Up we go.
All right. Oh.
All right, there we go. Stuff acquired. This way. Now you have a pick, so you can build a house. Have you thought about joining Green Faction? We're allowing new members at the moment.
No.
I mean, don't reject it that quickly.
No.
I think you should put some thought into it.
I already did. No.
You should put a little bit of thought into it beyond that.
If I join a faction, that means that I have a responsibility here. And my only responsibility is back home.
Well, they say home is where the heart is.
My heart is with my friends.
We could be friends.
Do you want to be my friend?
I'd be willing to make an allowance.
If you want to be my friend, you're gonna have to tell me everything about you.
I am Badboyhalo. I'm 9'6". I'm very handsome, tall, muscular, strong. I can't sound foolish. Have you seen Skeppy anywhere? I'm just hanging out. This is my forest. This is my pumpkin farm. Things like that.
No. You can pretend. If you don't tell me the truth, then we can't be friends.
That's 85% of that was I mean, actually, 100% of that was true.
But I know you know what I'm asking.
No, there's an eyeball over there. That's a true statement. Yeah, you gonna ask questions about that? Yeah, think about that. Giant eyeball.
You think we can speak to the eyeball?
Probably. I'm gonna be honest, he's kind of annoying.
I don't think he's annoying.
He's kind of annoying.
It's beautiful.
No.
Yes, it is.
Look at him.
Stop changing the topic.
You're changing the topic.
You are changing the topic.
You seem to want lots of info.
I'll tell you everything that you want, as long as you tell me everything that I want. If not, then we can't have a friendship.
I feel like most friendships are built on Lies and deception.
Maybe your friendships. I don't do that.
Do you know where Pilly is? Pilly 2?
No.
Do you know where Pilly 1 is? No? Let's go to the pumpkins. Pilly 2 is very nosy.
Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? How can I trust someone that I don't know? Even more, become friends.
Don't you have to get to know people to know whether you can trust them? Though?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, but
I mean,
do you just
how do you expect me to trust you when you have killed thousands of people? Will you trust them?
Thousands of people? Whoa, that's crazy.
I mean, I can't really recall the number that you said before, but
I only said 1 or 2 million.
In the past 100 years, yeah.
So, I'm just saying, like, it's not that big of a number when you think about it. How many people have existed throughout all of eternity? Like, saying like 14 billion? Actually, it's probably like 100 billion.
So what are you doing this?
I'm trying to level up my farming.
There's a zombie behind you.
Yeah. Maybe that zombie will be my new friend. So why are you so interested in everything?
I don't know.
You seem to be a little nosy.
I mean, I'm trying to understand who I'm dealing with. I'm just trying to understand my surroundings.
Are you trying to get back home?
Yes, I am.
I feel like that's a good objective. People should try and get back home.
Are you trying to get back home?
Come down here. There's another lair. I mean, at some point I'll get back home. Just, I don't need to go there right now. I'm currently at work with my pumpkins. Why don't you work on your farming, Pilly One?
I think I'm gonna work on things tomorrow. Today I'm still hibernating.
Do cats hibernate?
I do.
Are you a cat?
No.
What are you?
I would love to know.
You don't know what you are?
No.
Do your best meow.
Meow.
You might be a cat.
No.
I hear cats make that noise.
I mean, I guess I kind of got used to being a cat.
What do you mean by that? Got used to?
Yeah. It's like when you get used to a new place. Like you get used to how it works, cultural things, new languages.
So you've been a cat before?
Yeah.
That's how. That might be how you got so good at meowing. No. What? No. No. Come on. This way.
Okay. How long do you think you'll be here? Like, at least for
Here is
today.
in the farm. Here is in the realm.
Here is in today. In the realm.
Oh, I'll probably be awake for a few hours, give or take. What about you?
I was actually thinking about heading out.
Oh. Do you moo? Try mooing.
I think... I don't remember well, but I'm pretty sure if I wanted to, I would be a cow.
Try going moo.
Moo?
You might be a cow. I'd look into that.
So...
You know the bug likes cows.
He does?
Yeah, do you remember anything at all about Clown?
No.
Oh.
Not at all. I don't know anything about him.
Nothing?
I don't even know
You
what
don't
he
remember
is.
anything
Usually
about
I can
him?
like read people a little bit, at least like emotionally or like I can't read anything from him.
Fascinating.
Just silence.
Hmm. You know he's only like 4 feet tall. He's really short.
Who's 4 feet tall?
Clown.
He is?
Yeah.
I mean, nothing wrong with being short.
He wears stilts everywhere.
No?
Stilts. They're like sticks.
Again. Nothing wrong with being short.
That's what short people say. As a
How
tall
tall are you
person, I
again?
wouldn't understand what that means. 9'6".
9'6".
Yeah, it's like 1,000 apples tall.
So you could carry me around is what you're saying.
Probably.
Huh. Sure. Are
Yeah.
you gonna... How long did you say you're gonna stay here for?
Few hours. I mean, I'm not gonna be farming pumpkins the whole time, but...
Yeah, because I was thinking about going back to hibernation for a little bit.
Well, if you do, see if you
I'll
can
be
wake
back
up
later.
Pilly 1 up.
Pilly 1 is dead.
Pilly
Pilly
1 might
1...
just be hibernating.
No. Pilly 1's dead.
No, Pilly 1 might be hibernating.
I'm confident that they're dead. Did
Nope.
you see them die?
No. Yeah.
Oh. Did they come back after dying?
No.
Are you sure this person's name's what's Kelly too? And they
Yeah.
look like it?
Oh.
But then it was not me.
Yeah. Definitely think it's a different Pilly.
And I think that they're actually dead if they didn't come back.
I think they must have mixed up and sent you here instead of Pilly.
No. Oh lord.
That's very disconcerting to think about. I'm
Anyways.
gonna have to have a talk with HR. Yeah.
HR?
Yeah. I guess you'd call it AR, but...
I'm just...
Yeah?
I think I'm gonna go rest. And I'll be back
Okay.
later.
Alright, see if you, happen to remember anything about Pilly 1.
I won't.
Well, I mean, you might.
I won't.
I mean, you might.
I won't.
I mean, you might. You might. Oh, woe is me. Well, looks like Pilly doesn't remember anything. I don't even think that's the same Pilly. Something's wrong with this Pilly. I'm not even sure killing this Pilly would fix this Pilly. Oh. How cruel someone has to be to take someone else's memories. Might be a different Pilly. Might just be Pilly, but with altered memories. This is very disconcerting. I'm very upset with this turn of events. Lava sometimes does bring back memories, you're not wrong. Ross! Oh, I wonder if Ross has met Pilly too. We should go ask once we're done farming pumpkins. Still alone on Valentine's Day, I see. You know the king and I went on a ride together on a camel. I can't resist, chat. Yep. It was him and I in the sunset on a camel. Pilly! Thank you for the raid, Pilly. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, Pilly enjoyers. Did Pilly manage to make it back home? I'm assuming Pilly is streaming because he's back home. But I'm not sure. But we're glad to have you back, Pilly. In character, I hate Pilly too. Out of character, I missed you. Glad you're back. Yeah, he's back, but very tired. I can imagine. Being gone for that long has gotta be nuts. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Glad you're back home. We missed you. Isn't that right, chat? That's why we're farming pumpkins. I'm currently on that grind. I'm at 122. I'm currently the strongest. And I'm basically harvesting every level I can get. Thank you for the raid, Pilly. Really hope you had a good day. Let's go. Yeah, it was a good day. I hope you had a good one too. It's hard to stay in / out of character, chat. My sorrow for Pilly 2 is wrapping over with my happiness that Pilly's back, so give me a minute to transition from sad BBH in character. Anyway, my day's going pretty good. How is yours? I'm glad to have you back, Pilly. We'll probably have to hop back in character in a little bit. Let me go chat with Ross. But yeah, chat, we are currently sitting at 122. It was really good. We could theoretically still continue the grind and level up our mining a little bit further, I think is something like easy we can go with. We have a handful of things that are easy and on the to-do list. Have you run ads? No, I have not. I'm gonna run ads really quick, chat. It'll only take 30 seconds, and then you'll be back. See you in 30 seconds. In the end, we are all BBH enjoyers. Let's go. What are you up to? Let's see what Ross is up to. Any more gapples, chat? I'm hungry. Foolish's work of art is still there. I think we may go continue working on our... Wait, do we... Oh my goodness, chat. I just realized there's a ton of stone over here. Let's flip and go. There's more stone that we don't have to mine. Is there more? Ooh. Not as much as I would have liked. I'm doing something mega super secret. Nice. Alright, let's go get some more apples. No, 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 no. Where the fudge? For the apples, chat. Building. Seriously? Are we out? Fudge. I'm gonna need to get like carrots or something now. Yep. Foolish also helped me work on the castle on Valentine's Day. Ooh, there may be some down here. I just like chat. I just think it's important to provide the appropriate level of clarification for what day we worked on things. I just think that's something important to think about. Please don't ignore us. I'm not ignoring you. What's up, chat? I know you want the Barbie skin. That's crazy, chat. That's crazy. Bad, did you see Skeppy today? I did chat with Skeppy today. I'm gonna go up there. Okay, chat. I need your advice for this wall. Because I don't necessarily want to do this pattern. I'm thinking 2 block gaps. Maybe 4 blocks down. All the way around is kind of what I'm thinking. Tell me what you think, chat. But I just realized, maybe we should go 2 blocks down all the way across. Like do something like this. Building. Tell me what you think about this. Put on the Valentine's Day skin from the SMP. You guys are so needy, you know that? Maybe we'll do that as a special treat. We'll see. That could be fun. Okay, what do you guys think about this? Yeah? And then we go 2 blocks out. And then we do something like this. No, it's gotta be one more, like, down.
Heading off now. Will be offline the next few days for more break time.
Aww.
Thank you for making my day a bit better. I hope you and everyone else has a great Valentine's Day heart.
Thank you, Alley Cat. We'll miss you. Till we see you again. Thank you, Alley. Hope you're doing well. Bye. Okay. We all love Alley Cat here, chat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Isn't it nice having Pilly back, chat? Does anyone else feel that way? I do. Ooh, that's too tall. What do you think, chat? Should we do that pattern all the way down? Thoughts, chat? How do you guys feel about that? We do that all the way to the back. I'm sad because Pilly is different. Me too, chat. Me too. Maybe stairs at the bottom. Stairs at the bottom could be a good idea. It's interesting. Well, this is what it looks like in the front. Dang, chat. It's really hard to, like, when you get in character, chat, it's hard to, like, transition out of character. Because your mentality is, like, in character. You know what I mean? So it's hard to be like, and now I'm out of character. La 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 la. Like, the feelings of, like, sadness that you embrace. I'm a method actor, chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pretty sure it's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is. Okay. We're gonna do this, and then we'll go. Why do we have all these copper ingots? Where'd they come from? I'm gonna use these pufferfish later. Fudge. Triple threat is now just double trouble. Why do you say that? That hurts. But it's technically true. Oh, it's technically true. Go away, zombie. There we go. Fudge. Again. Okay. Go like that. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. Happy Valentine's Day there, everybody. I hope you're doing good. I'm gonna reflect this on the other side. So it's gonna be like over here. Like kind of mirrored, but not like a perfect mirror. It's not gonna be flipped. This is gonna look so good, chat. I do need more concrete. So I'm pondering what to do about that. He lied to us, chat. How? Have you tried the scaffolding thing yet? I have not. You know what I should do? Wait, I should literally just carve all this up. And there's no reason not to. Yeah, let's just do that. Dang it. Bad, do you know how similar Green Team is to Noxus? Yeah, I was reading about that. It's kind of interesting when you think about it. What are the odds, chat? Okay, we go down, we go down, we'll go down, 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 down. Yes, I know, you guys want the skin, you want the Valentine's Day skin. Maybe we'll wear one today, we'll have to keep that in mind. Out, one across. It's like this. Pink skin? You're so needy. I wear... Literally, I wonder if the cosmetic armor mod works in single player, chat. You think it works in single player? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ow. Wait a minute. Hold on. What? Ah! You're so needy, chat. You guys can't just accept castle building, can you? Needy, needy, needy. You guys are so lucky I don't have anything to do on Valentine's Day. Son of a muffin! You know how I blame for this, chat? I'll give you a hint. You. Son of a muffin. I may fix this in a minute. I learned it from watching you. That's crazy. Son of a muffin. This is so irritating. Anyway. Let's finish the front of this and then I'll put on a skin if you guys are lucky. See, I'm like going backwards to like not get stuck in the wall and then I end up falling off. That's how annoying that is. Okay. Let's go up here. Okay. Okay. One block in. Wait, what? One block gap. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. One block gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a great song. I love this one. Oh my goodness, fine. You'll get the skin. 2 out. You guys watched the latest episode of Severance. Talk about wild. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Oh my gosh. There we go. Okay. This is coming along great. Then we gotta go 2 more. Which is again 1, 2, 3. Nice. Okay. Ooh, this is looking good, chat. Looking good. Oh, look how good this looks, chat. Yeah, I'm gonna just do this. This is a little bit easier. Okay. Now we go 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. And then 1 more. Like that. Okay. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 less. Yippee! And we are, I think, done. Let's go. Now you just gotta add the symbol, chat. Dang! Look at how cool that is, chat. In the shadows, mwah, it looks so awesome. I flipping love it. Ah! We've got this, chat. It looks so magnificent. I feel like on the top, chat, we add some I feel like we maybe add a little bit of moss over there too. And we have it kind of like peeking down a little bit. Also, I'm not sure if I like that. I might switch that up. I think I add a little bit more moss, have it go down a teeny bit. 1, 2, 3, and it goes down all the way. Okay, hold on, chat. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. What? Is that out too? No. Then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. What? Goes 1, 2, 3, 4 above the other. So we go up 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's right. Yep. Alright, I promise you guys we'll put on the skin you guys are begging for. We're just gonna do it once we finish adding the swirl here. Once I essentially have the front matching, we'll put the skin on. Okay? There, are you happy now? As soon as they match. Alright? Ridiculous. Go down to... I think that's correct. Let's see. Yep, that is correct. Okay. This song is so ridiculous. Yep, it's the song, chat. We need to do something about it. I need to like get it out of the playlist. Been using I'm just using it. Oh, fudge, that's a waste of andesite. Maybe I can sprinkle in some andesite in places. Okay. 1 up. Is it 2 over? Is there a 2-block gap? 2-block gap, 1 above the main whatever. So that's the edge, so 1 above here. I think. Yes. And then same height. Wait. Same width? Yep. And then 5-block difference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does that look right, chat? I think it doesn't. Fudge is 3 blocks wide. Andesite, nope, stone. 1, 2, 3, 4. And perfect. That looks good. We'll definitely add like some stairs here at some point to connect it. Holy fudge. Chat. I have to use the restroom really quick. Ooh, hold on. I'll be right back. BRB chat, 1 second. Back, chat. All right, I have succeeded. Whew. Let's go. Okay. Hi, back, MNs. Thank you. Okay, let's sleep. Oh, please don't. No, 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 no! Son of a gun! Yes. Okay. We did it! Okay. Let's see where we're at. Okay. 2 block out. This way. Look at that. Perfect. We'd always try eating Pilly. That might help. Pilly's memories come back. Bad. Where did you buy your eyeliner? What the muffin? What do you guys talk about when I leave? I swear, you guys just become the goofiest goobers. We're all goobers. Alright. I like chat. What do you think? Now we need to reflect that over there. Bye. Alright, chat. Let's see. So I'm doing something wrong here, but I can't put my finger on it. Oh! That's what I'm doing wrong. I thought it looked so weird, chat. But I couldn't put my finger on it. Like, it looks so weird, but I was like, why does it look weird? I don't know. There we go, that's why. Clean. Okay. That looks pretty good. What do you think, chat? Pretty good? Alright. Now I'm going to build that symbol like exactly the same way, but over the other side. Not mirrored. Just moved over one more block to the left. Which means I have to start it. Oh! Oh, chat. I see a deer. How about that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Thought it was Gertrude. It is not. It is a deer. One, 2, 3, 4. Add time chat. See you in 30 seconds. Alright, now we gotta go up. And now, chat. No shot. We're out of andesite? How? How'd we run out of andesite? Andesite. Andesite. This is wild, chat. Okay, get a little bit. No. Got a little bit more. A little bit more. This should be good. Okay. Sorry, I was hungry. It's not good enough. Stop eating my andesite. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this needs to be a 3-block gap to match this side, which is also 3 block. Then we go up. How many do we go up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12. 1. Fudge. Can't remember already. I know it was 12, but whatever. How far is it for the top? 4. 3. Okay, up 1 more. They go over. Like so. We go all the way till we're 2 away, right? No, till we're 4 away. Okay. And then we go 2 down till there's a 1-block gap. Son of a muffin. Okay. And we go up 1. And we go in like this. Not sure how far we take this down. To about here. Okay. It's pretty good. And go over. The rest of this is pretty straightforward. Just go up. And there we go, chat. You ready? Ooh. Oh my gosh. That looks so cool! Oh my gosh, I love it. Now we just gotta clean up like the roof a little bit. All right. Now let's clean up the one part. And we can clean up the roof a teeny bit. Gray concrete. There we go. Get some dirt. And there we go. Look at that. Oh my gosh. All right. So we gotta do the top. Do the thing, and then we're good for skin chat. I think I put a bunch of moss in one of these. Okay, let's go up a little bit. So I had an idea, chat, of doing the moss, but then on top doing something else. So 3. I'm thinking we do something like 4. Ah! Wait a minute! No! Fudge! No! Dang it! Sorry. This is ridiculous. That's going to continue to not work. You don't know that. Oh, what was that? What were you saying? That's what I thought. It worked. Boom. Eventually, everything works. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. And then I'm gonna mix some like green concrete in with the moss so that it doesn't look all one color. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 5. 1, 3. 1, 2, 4, 5. 1. There we go. Okay. That looks pretty good. I like that. A little bit better than the other one. Mm-hmm. Might replace like that and that and that and that. But the top will be kind of like green concrete, I'm thinking. And I'll bring that one down a little bit more. Let's go down and do the front real quick. How low does that need to be? Think about there. Yep. Boom. How tall though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2 more. Hello. You know what I'm thinking, actually? Yeah, something like that. Alright, the iron bar is temporary. I'm kind of vibing with making them temporary because I'm not sure I really like them. Aesthetically, it kind of worked for a little bit. I just want it to look darker. So what I'm thinking is, chat, is doing the following. Take this, turn it into this to give it that depth. And we'll just try this. What was that? Happy Valentine's Day, Bad. Thank you. Yeah, I saw a lot of people giving that feedback. Why does it look like a prison? Well, I definitely think the iron bars kind of facilitate that. There you go. Let's try this. Let's see how this looks. Ah, oh, fudge. Oh. Okay, I kinda like that. I may change the color to something else because I don't really use that exact shade of black anywhere. So that may not become a permanent fixture. Fudge. What about tinted glass? Yeah, I could probably put tinted glass in front of it. You know what would be a cool building ability that I might suggest? A /craft command to be able to craft anywhere. So that looks kind of cool. I like that a little bit better. What do you think, chat? How does that look? Keep in mind there's gonna be like a big banner right there. Maybe I might make it green. Maybe a dark green on the inside. All right, let's go. I think maybe also a little bit further down, like 1 block lower, chat. What do you think about that? Yeah, I like that. 'Cause otherwise it looks, I want it to look more like a vertical window rather than like an eyeball. There we go. Nice. There we go. I like that. That looks good. Okay. What is that? What is the line? Dang it! We gotta do something about this chat. No! Wait! Take me up! Really? Ah! Fudge! Son of a gun. Dang it! Maybe I gotta get farther away. Yes. It's there. Dang it! Fudge! Ah! Yes. Aha. First try. Let's go. And I'm out of teleporting arrows. Never mind. Ooh, that looks so sick, chat. Like, imagine walking up on this, chat. Oh, it looks awesome. Okay. Let me put the other skin on for you gremlins. So you'll leave me alone. Dad, give us a Valentine's skin. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba. Okay. Okay, hold on, chat. Gotta do this. Anyone doing anything exciting this weekend? Anything fun and interesting? Change skin. Here we go. Which skin are we doing, chat? Blanche. Blanche says sleeping in. Blanche. Very nice. I think I know what one you guys want. I'm looking for it. Which one did I wear for Valentine's Day? Was it the Barbie girl Halo skin, chat? The Cupid? Cupid. What was the overwhelming color of it, chat? Was it blue or red? Pink. Okay, so it was pink. I'm looking for it, chat. Found it. I think it's this one. Let's see if this is it. Come on, let's go somewhere safe. Son of a gun. There we go. Oh my gosh. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, chat. I'm not wearing this. Recover it up. Son of a muffin. I wish it was safer to not wear skins. Let me see if there's a mod that hides skins, chat. I'm gonna look it up. Really quick. Give me a second. Armor Hider mod. Armor Hider Minecraft mod. Show me your skin. Minecraft mod. Here we go. Okay, I found one, chat. Whoa, this is kind of cool. Let me see if I can install it, chat. Dang. It's not compatible, I don't think. Huh. It should be for this version. Uh-huh. No, chat. It's just one little bit too high. Here, let me try this. Hold on, chat. Yeah, the most popular one doesn't seem to work with it. How? It should work. Hold on. Why is this not compatible? This should be compatible. That's it. Is confusing me. I don't think it is though. Yeah. I'm looking for it, chat. I don't see one. I wish there was like a similar armor. Like, that is a really cool mod. It just isn't updated, chat. That sucks. Is it called minimal armor? I'm looking. I don't see anything for that one. I see cosmetic armor reworked is one. Hey, that's it. Oh, it's in the right one, chat. Oh well, sorry, chat. Unless we can find one. Yeah, I think there might be a plugin for it. Yeah, the one version is literally just a hair. I guess I could try using it and just see if it works. We just see if it works, chat, but I just don't think it will. What do you think, chat? Should we just try it? I feel like it's gonna crash though. But let's just try. Quack. Let's see if it works. How do I access the config is the $1 million question. And it is not compatible. No, dude, you're literally one version away. Like, just add a 0.2 more updates. Why do we have to be on 0.3, chat? Why do we have to be on point 3? Ah! We're like one version too far, chat. I know. Here, let me see if there's an armor hiding texture pack. Armor hiding texture pack. Invisible armor. There is one, chat. All right, we got one. Here, I'm gonna try this. Ad time, chat. See you in 30 seconds. All right, let's see if this works, chat. That's one awesome thing I will admit about Minecraft that I feel like they've kept like really well is they managed to maintain compatibility. That work? Wait for it. Dang it! No! How is this not working? I know it says incompatible, but low fireworks. It should work, chat. The only reason it wouldn't work is if, you know what I'm thinking, chat? I think the server is updating, see, like, the realm textures. Because I can't, like, move this above them. This is, like, overriding it. Or... yeah, that's it. That's the issue. That sucks, chat. No! Well, at least the eye sees us in our beautiful Cupid outfit. We'll show off our skin to someone if anyone else comes on, chat. Oh well. We don't need to worry about it too much. Alright, let's see. How low does this need to go? Let's count it out. I'm thinking... from the top of the wall, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, look at that. Oh, fudge. Oh, fudge. Oh. Fudge. No, stop it. Okay. The pink hand, chat. The pink hand. We look fabulous, though. So I'm not complaining. Wait a minute. Gosh darn it. 1, 2, 3. Son of a muffin. Needs to be only 3 down. 1, 2, 3. We went too low. Okay. All the music in this playlist is, I swear, it just sounds like... It sounds like, what do you call it? What's the word? Deltarune music. It all makes me think of that. You know what you guys should do? If you haven't celebrated Valentine's Day, you should do what apparently is a pretty popular thing. It's called Valentines Day. You get some of your friends together. Usually one of your friends will con you into this. And you get them to be like, hey, let's hang out. And apparently it's like fun, and people enjoy like chatting with each other and stuff like that. It is fun, I will say, though. It's nice to hang out with the homies. You also don't need really an excuse to hang out with the homies, too. You feel me? You just hang out with them whenever. Son of a gun! Okay. We're making progress, chat. Now, I think this has to go down 1 from the top 6. So 1, 2, 3. I think this is accurate. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. There we go. And then this. There you go. Oh, gosh darn it. There we go. What do you think, chat? That looks pretty good. Okay, perfect. That looks pretty good. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. Just like this. I'm trying to finish this tower, chat is so ridiculously annoying. Like, to a degree. You know what was funny, chat? I think Tubbo talked about this on his stream. he was like, they tried to schedule the event chat and they asked for like different days. And they asked for like, who's available on the 14th? And only like a handful of people were. That's so funny, chat. But it's just kind of sad, but not sad, chat. It's okay. But it is funny. Learn to laugh at everything, chat. Felt that in my bones. Relatable. Let's go. Relatable, chat. It's kind of funny, I will admit. Stone, stone, stone. 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 I think this is like all the remaining stone. We're gonna have to mine some stone elsewhere, chat. Oh, chat, you want to hear something interesting that I learned? So, about the mod pack, I had thought that the chunk protection, chat, that prevented you from farming a chunk, I had thought that it did not work. Like, once you farmed a chunk, it was like farmed and you couldn't like go back there, right? Guess what I learned, chat, when I was reading the documentation? It only does that until the server restarts. In other words, that chunk becomes like limited until the server restarts. Did Bag get a rose from the sales? I did. It's in my ender chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So as soon as the server restarts, it's goes back to normal. Tell me that's not interesting. Because it means that on any new day, you might as well do farming like around spawn. Or like an arrow. And you don't really have to go crazy far. Like I was originally thinking you had to. So that's interesting to know. Let's see how low we gotta go. One more. Boop. Oh. Yep, you did. You saw a pink arm. Hello. Dang it. I'm glad we didn't have this skin when Pilly was on. So, I see you're pink. What's up with that? I don't know what you're talking about. Show me your skin without your armor on. No. Is it because you're pink? Stop it. I'm not pink. 3, 4, 5. Do it to mess with Pillar. That'd be kind of funny. No. Alright. Look at this, chat. There we go. Yippee. Oh yeah, the tower is basically complete. Alright. So, the front is for the most part complete outside of the banners. Okay? Now, we just have to go down the walls, and we need big towers on the back. Are gonna be massive. I was kind of thinking, like, how do we extend those up? So here's an interesting thing to think about. I don't know how to continue this pattern up because of kind of how I've done it. You see this? Like, so the transition is kind of like here. So I don't know what to do here. Should I just continue stone brick? Should we switch to something like andesite for the back? Should we do mossy stone brick, which just for the record would be, I think, insane as far as like resources to make. Let's see. Mossy. I don't even think we can make it. I have no idea how to even make it. Or make it get darker again. We theoretically could make it get darker again. That is possible. Because remember, those towers, chat, if you've seen the reference photo, have to be twice as tall as these towers. Stone bricks plus vine. Could do the inverse of the bottom gradient. We could theoretically just keep getting lighter. Like, what if we did polished andesite? Or something like that. Like, in other words, we take the stone brick up until it's level with that. And then we did polished andesite and we finished with diorite on the top. What do you guys think about that, out of curiosity? I don't know if I can use moss for that. How do you make stone brick, chat? Like mossy stone brick. What's the trick for that? Is it moss? What, you're saying make the towers. Let me pull up in my photo. Let's see our reference photo. How does it look? Now for the inside, arguably we can do that. Because it is going to have a lot of green that we're going to take care of. So it's going to have a lot of green. But it's got to be at least twice as tall, maybe longer. Do we just continue it with stone brick because it's going to have a lot of color? What do you guys think? We can probably just, ironically, just continue it with stone brick. Because it's going to have that color. So it's not really going to matter. What do you think, chat? Thoughts? And then maybe mix some mossy stone brick. Moss or vines with stone brick. That's the trick to make stone brick? Really? That's it? So many mobs. Oh my gosh! I like the idea of the reverse gradient style to light at the top. You suggested could be fun. Yeah. Please despawn, please despawn. They didn't despawn! Help me! Die! Oh my flipping gosh. This is ridiculous, chat. There we go. Okay, I think we're clear. Don't get Phil's in. Okay, let's try the trick you guys gave. Where? Here we go. I don't think that's accurate. No shot! That's it? Okay. Did not know that's how that worked. Okay, so we could totally just do that. Chat, there's gonna be a lot of moss. Like, we're gonna need like 20 stacks of it. Minimum. Like a lot. Like a lot of moss. Per tower. 20 stacks of moss per tower. Does it give me a 1-to-1 ratio? Fudge. You can bone meal it. Yeah, I know you can bone meal it, chat. It doesn't make it easy to get. For only a slight color variant, too. Ooh. I don't know, chat. Moss Factory is a thing? That's true, we could do that. Do we have a mountain next to us? Okay, let's go see how hard it is to get a bunch of moss. Alright. Fudge. Sure, no one will mind if we mine this mountain, right? Oh my gosh. We're gonna wind up collecting like 90% other stuff. Oh my gosh, this is gonna take forever. There has to be like an easier way to farm this. And it's instant mined with a garden tool. I don't know, chat. I'm not really vibing with this. There's a lot of work. Lush caves have tons. Yeah, but lush caves are also a little bit on the rare side. I don't even know if it's like, chat, moss is kind of subtle. Like stone brick, mossy stone brick is kind of subtle. Like it's not exactly the most obvious block from a distance. Yeah, I think we're gonna not do this. This is just a lot of work for very little in return. I feel like vines would probably be better to farm. Maybe our farming skill will crank the vine spawn rate up really high. You can moss cobble too. Cobble! That could be the transition block we incorporate. I don't know, chat. Either way, like, we need a ton of green concrete right now. Here, let's put all this away. Vine with string trick to keep them... That's true! A vine farm! We could set up a vine farm really easy that we could go brrr, 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 brrr. Vine farm might be the strategy. Okay, let's mental note that. Alright. In the meantime, chat, We have a mission to accomplish. Uh-oh. I don't think that would have killed us anyway, but better safe than sorry. Okay. Alright, here we go. Sand! Okay, we're gonna get some sand, because we're getting green concrete, chat. I'm gonna save the banners on the front of the building for, like, the very end. Do we have room in here? We do not. Dang. Badboyhalo, since you get martial arts using the bow, in theory you could bow the Tubbo Elder Farm place and get tons of XP on martial arts without getting close to them. You're not incorrect. However, I'll play a double asterisk on you. In order to get martial arts with the bow, you have to quickly switch to, after you fire, you have to quickly switch to the thing to get the XP, which is easy to do on a long distance and is really hard to do on a short distance. That's the only problem with that method. Plus, I think like 5 people have died at the Guardian Farm. I feel like it's a risky place to even hang out at. Now, actually, you did give me another idea that might work. Huh. I wonder. Hold on a second, chat. We're gonna try something here. We need a hostile mob to test on. Because I'm wondering, what if we offhand... What if we offhand the martial arts weapon? Would that work? Do spear stats work with the bow? I have no clue. I don't think so. But here's the irony about that. The bow was like just amazing before it got nerfed. Before it got nerfed, like, that would have been like an amazing strat. But I think it might be faster to punch them now. Bah! Let's see, there should be a mob in here. I just followed and I love your vids. Aw, thank you. Hello. Okay, we're currently collecting sand. Here, I'm gonna try something, chat, because if that works... Where is it? Here we go. I love shoulders. Ah! Alright, let's see if this works. Ooh, wrong one. Oh, that's pretty brutal. Still, I mean, it works. But the stats, the problem is, like, because the bow damage is so low, it kind of works, but the bow damage is so low, it would take forever. And remember, you're still in one chunk, so you're still just in that same spot. So it would just take forever. You'd have to stand there for like hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I might take a stab at it tonight, see if it... Like, it might be a good, like, just kind of chill in there thing. What the? Oh my gosh. Oh, I just had a heart attack. Oh, fudge. Oh. Give me a second, chat. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm dying, chat. Help me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I think I'm dying, chat. Help. Why do they spawn right next to me? Oh my gosh, I've never had that happen where they spawn right in front of me. That was so scary. Leads! We got leads! Yay! What the muffin? There you go. Oh. Chat, I'm not even joking. That scared me so much. I've never been that scared before. That was like Kukurucho popping out of nowhere level, so scary. I need a second. Give me a second, chat. That was so frightful. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm so mentally though. Oh, I had time. Ugh. Oh yeah, that is kind of cool. The wall is reflected in the water. I love this little saddle here. Look at that. All right. Let's think, chat. Okay. What should we do next? You know what? I kind of want to go try that now. I kind of want to go try that just to see like if the damage would still be high. Also bad, we've been doing the TNT mining wrong. You need to do it higher. You're not getting the full XP value from the TNT buff. Are you saying because it takes a while for it to do deep slate? I don't think you're wrong. Turtle master pots? Yeah, I've got a bunch. Mo. Turtle master pots. Oh, you're saying go grind potions. That might be worth doing because of bedrock. Oh yeah, no, the bedrock is, you're right. Being too close to bedrock is influencing it because it's delaying it. You're 100% right about that. But I'm not losing that much sleep over it. I was weighing in the fact of I'm getting like diamonds as well. You know what? Let's go try this. Why not? Let's see. I'm gonna just bring... I think I got feathers somewhere. Just bring a bunch of diamond arrows. Just bring a bunch of arrows. Why not? Should be feathers in here somewhere. Alright. Onward, chat. Let's go. Alright. Start a timer, chat. I bet you we can be there within... I'm gonna set my timer. Ready. I bet you 2 minutes and we can be there. Hold on. Actually, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Starting now. Think we can get there, chat, in 3 minutes? This is my trick I discovered, chat, where you aim for a spot in between, because typically the arrows won't go past a certain point, but if you aim for a spot in between, you teleport to that one, and then you'll teleport to the other one. Stop it! Really should get more food. Holy fudge, chat. I didn't realize how long this would take. Okay. We made it here. Now is the real trick. Oh no, we only have a minute, chat. 1 minute to get all the way over there. Think we can do it? Ah! 22 seconds. Where is it? I know it's somewhere over here. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. No! Where the fudge was it? I know it's somewhere over here. Thought it was. We went too far to the left. Or maybe we went too far to the right, chat. These are big islands. What do you think, chat? You went like 2K blocks too far north, really? So it's back here? So I just like barely passed it, didn't I? Oh, looks like we gotta go all the way around the island. Oh, zombie mom, I have those. Like this way? I should be on the bottom, so it should be like right here. Here we go. Found it. Woo! Let's be careful. Alright, switch to diamonds. I don't know if this works. Oh, fudge. Huh. And we left our ender chest, chat. We left our ender chest. Yay. Hmm. 14 seconds. Oh, look at that. Look how fast we mine. Come on. There we go. Let's try this. Let's see what happens. I don't know. I can't seem to... Maybe it's the angle. That's pretty funny. Kind of fascinating. I don't know if the grind is worth it because the amount of damage you take. Heavy armor! Level 99, that's a good point. We're almost to level 100 in heavy armor. Like, that gives good XP, but it doesn't give, like, really good XP. Maybe I'm not doing enough damage. It's too dangerous. My armor's about to break. It's fascinating. I'm looking at... Yeah, I think I would get XP faster. Maybe it's because I don't have the right weapon. look at that, chat. We replenished the stuff we stole the other day. Yippee! See how easy that was? Where's mine? They're not. Wait a minute. Rock cod. It's fascinating, like, when you hit it. Dang. Imagine how hard it was for Pilly to just sit here and do this. For hours and hours. It's so slow, chat. We're in like level 80 and it's so slow. Oh, fudge. Pay attention to the damage on the bottom. 22 a hit. Some of them, like, it's not, it's just level 80 and it's still so slow, chat. XP. I like the XP though. The XP is really good. I wish I had, do I have any wood? Fudge, there's not even any wood up here, chat. Dang, chat. We need like one tiny piece of wood. Yes. Okay. Fudge, we need diamonds. Okay, I'm gonna take this. Thank you. Whoever made this. Chat, how do we make the knuckles? You know what I'm talking about? Isn't it like a stick? What's it called? This. Alright, we're gonna try something, chat. Let's see if this increases it at all. I was hoping it would, but it has not. So yeah, it's not about our damage output. Offhand bow, maybe? That's a good point. We can try that. Nope. Oh, fudge. Yeah, it's not bad, chat. It's not bad. I'll say, like, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just not as good as I thought it was, or I guess would be. So, not bad, not like amazing. Like, yeah, I think it would be probably one of the best ways to do it. But that's like best as in like you're sitting there for hours and hours and hours. Like, but then at that point, I think you're almost better just running around and punching stuff. Because here's the problem, chat. You get the chunk penalty. And so let me show you something. right? Let's find a random mob in a spot. So, like, watch. Like, watch the XP we get now. Here, we'll offhand this. Oh, fudge. Hold on. Why isn't it doing it now? Huh? Weird. Oh. I gotta crouch. No? What? Weird. Huh. Oh, it's like swimming. That might have been it. Weird. Okay, we're gonna figure this out, chat. Yeah, I think I was swimming. Okay, whatever. More experimenting is needed. You've put me down an interesting rabbit hole. I'll have to do some research to see what the most optimal way is. I don't think your way is bad, per se. It's raining, let's go! I love it when it rains, chat. Just look. Now we can speedrun our way back home. Whee! Do you guys remember how on the Dream SMP we had the, that water highway? Do you guys remember that? So we had a series of, like, water towers that you could, like, hop on. And because we didn't have elytra, it was the fastest way to get around. Alright. Yeah, it was so much fun to just be like zip, 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 zip. It rains a lot here though, so we don't really need that. Okay. How is that gonna look, by the way? From the bottom. I'm almost wondering if we need to go crazier than, like, could we get away with, theoretically, chat, replicating this wall over here and then adjusting it and just maybe bringing this out, and maybe we just take this pattern, chat, and we stretch it out a little bit and just have this be the main castle? Something to consider. Okay. While it's raining, let's go get gravel. Wait, while it's raining, let's drop some of this stuff we don't need. Got a lot of junk. Whee! Come on. That should be enough, I think. Perfect. Whee! Free stuff! Free stuff! Free stuff! Gimme, gimme, gimme! Mine, 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 mine! Mine, mine, mine! Mine, mine, mine! Yippee! Okay, so... we're almost done collecting this. Then I want to show you guys what the green is gonna look like. Okay. You're gonna love this. Oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding. That's still not enough. Ah! Aw. I didn't know these things could be on their side like that. Out of that wood type. No! Mine dolphin, go away! Whatever, that's good enough. Yippee! Okay. Let's go with 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of these. Boom. Can I go up one more, you think? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bunch. Ads! Not ad time yet. How is Guzzy Lord? Guzz is doing great. I don't know if we're sticking with the name Guzzy Lord. But Guzz is doing alright. Thank you for asking. You know what's funny about this chat? Is this actually ends up being a bell curve in some way, shape, or form. That you end up actually just with 2 peaks. Because each end is mined once for the middle. For how many times the middle is mined. Do you guys like statistics? Anyone in here a big fan of statistics? I love statistics. I feel like statistics, chat, is the science of how the world operates in so as far as how human beings tend to operate. That's why I think statistics is awesome. Because it gives you a good depiction of how people behave. So you can sort of understand the world. It is a large part of my career. Nice. Statistics are fun. The powder doesn't turn into concrete in the rain. Why? Because could you imagine how laggy that would be? Though, that would be awesome. It actually should. Oh, but then you couldn't use it for building. Imagine you wanted to use concrete powder for like building something specific. Okay, so pay attention to this, chat. As I go down, back and forth, you'll see 2 peaks appear on the sides. Look at that. In general. Actually, because I'm going faster like this, chat, you won't actually maybe see it. But the middle should theoretically see it. Because by the time I go back, if I went all the way down and then I waited like that, but because I'm not giving enough time, but you see how the middle's gone? The middle's gone way before. Come on. Come on. We're so close. You've got to be kidding me. Come on. Oh yeah, we got a black cat, and we named it Lilith Loves Ya. I was gonna name it Short Person, but I figured Lilith Loves Ya has more of a, rolls off the tongue a little bit better. I miss being able to wash concrete, chat. That was so much fun. Like, that was genuinely one of the best things about Create Mod. Woe is me. Okay. Let's see. Let me pull up in my photo. Okay. It looks like we're gonna have to indent it slightly. So that part, it's gonna have to go in all the way to the ground. Add time, chat. See you in 30 seconds. And then it looks like... Yep, it's gonna have to go all the way to the ground. So let's find the center of it. I think we go 2 in. Say like here. Out there? And we'll have a middle stripe going down the middle. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this is the middle. So we'll do a 3-block stripe like this. Going up. And then... what do you guys think about we go in, say about there? Honestly, I want the sides to be a little bit wider. They'd only be 5 blocks wide if I did it this way. Oh my gosh! Well, I can always patch it later. What do you guys think? Something like this. And then this will come up like this. Now, I don't know if it should look like this all the way around. It may just be on the front. We'll even see that from the back. I guess from right here we will. It'll look awesome. Right here. It just occurred to me the walls would technically need to be wider to be centered with like a doorway, but it doesn't matter. Is it off-centered? It's not off-centered per se. Let's just say the wall is not as wide as it should be. We'll just say that. So It's not really off-centered. It's just the walls could be wider. That's it. So I'm going to show you guys how tall this is going to be. Balada, that's hilarious. Just read the thing you put in that chat. It's so funny. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Whee! On the front, it will look awesome. It will. Okay, so it needs. Oh my gosh, it has to go so high, chat. This is wild. This has to go so high. This is gonna be so much concrete. Look at that. Look at how much concrete this is gonna have to be. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Look at that. It's so much concrete. Oh my gosh. Is this now the tallest building? No. The spire on my cathedral is still taller. We're almost to the height they need to be at. They need to be a little over twice as tall. But not like all the way at the top. There we go. Looks pretty good. That's about how tall they'll need to be. At least that part. Then there'll be a little bit more. I think a little bit higher for some patterns. Lauren, did you find my joke amusing? Let's go. Let's go like 4 blocks tall. Anxiety-inducing height? Yes. 2, 3, 4. It's amazing how short Lauren is, to be honest. I'm constantly surprised. Okay, so what if we mix in green concrete powder? I feel like we'd almost have to like do it more purposeful. Yeah, in like specific spots. I don't really feel like doing that. Look at that, chat. Now, here's the sad part, chat. Because of how I did it and how I scaled it up too much, you're not going to be able to see it, the towers behind it, from the front. Which is really sad, because if they were closer, from the front, you'd see like the massive towers. The only way you're going to see the massive towers, chat, is if you go all the way back here. Or from the sides. Which is kind of sad in one sense. Are we not asking the admins to move it forward? I don't even know if they would. I guess we could ask. But I don't know if they would, chat. I guess it doesn't hurt to ask. I don't think they'll respond today anyway, chat. They're probably all on their dates. Gross. With people they care about. Bleh. Plus, we'll probably use a lot of this space really quick. Right? Plus, this will look really cool from the front anyway, so I don't think it matters. Yeah, we kind of want the storage space for stuff. They're probably getting cooties, chat. Getting gross cooties. First comes love, then comes marriage. Nya, 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 nya. Couldn't be me, someone says. That's a crazy self-report, by the way. Come on. Don't be discouraged. Okay. You just reminded me of a scenario, chat, and I want your guys' thoughts on it. Alright? What is worse? Breaking up the day before Valentine's Day or the day after Valentine's Day? In your opinion. In other words, you have to do one of these things. Which are you doing? The day after is worse? Really? I actually know a scenario where something like this played out. Before is worse. In your opinion, before is worse. Really? I feel like, chat, breaking up. What does breaking up after Valentine's Day say about you? Like, let's say your significant other, chat, just hits you up after Valentine's Day, and it's just like, yeah, it's not working out. Like, what does that say about you? From that perspective. I'm saying, how will people feel in that situation? It really doesn't say anything about you. I mean, it doesn't have to. Just because someone breaks up with you doesn't necessarily mean you're the problem. Food for thought. But there's no winning. I don't know. I think there could be winning. Well, wait, hold on. Maybe that's the wrong conversation. I don't know if it's about winning per se, but it's more about, like, if you're trying to make the other person feel as not diminished as possible would be kind of the thought process I would go with this. You know, not as bad, I guess. What would you do? I feel like there's a give and take with either. Because I feel like if you break up before Valentine's Day, it's like fudge. You know, but what if you have like an amazing Valentine's Day, chat? Like, what if you have an amazing Valentine's Day? And it's like the other person at the end is just like, that was the best day ever. I'm gonna remember that Valentine's Day for the rest of my life. You are the one for me. And you're sitting there going, man, I cannot wait to break up with this person. And that's what's going through your mind, right? Are you a monster? Is the real question here, you know, for breaking up with them. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you're sitting there going, man, wait 3 days. Wait 3 days. Okay, let's say you do that. You wait 3 days exactly. Now, imagine you've just 3 days ago had the best Valentine's date ever, and the person you're thinking like, oh, I can't wait for our next date, is all like, hey, and they shoot you a text saying, click, 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 hey, we should see other people. Blocked, this user has blocked you. How would you feel at that point, chat? How would you feel, like, genuinely? How would you feel about that? Would you be like, man, I'm glad they waited at least 3 days before they did this? My teacher got broken up twice on Valentine's Day. Oof. That's painful. It depends on why you're breaking up, though. You found somebody better. Let's just say you found somebody better. You know what? There's a conversation, chat, that needs to happen. I just got a great thing that's great conversation material. That's tough. I got broken up like a week before Christmas Eve over text. That's pretty rough. I'm sorry to hear that. Riri Flower, thank you for the 9 months. Hi. 9 months! Let's go. I feel like breaking up with someone over text, though, is really, honestly, I feel like the only acceptable way to break up with somebody. You know what I mean? Maybe if you guys are lucky, I'll keep wearing the skin tomorrow as well. I feel like any other way you break up with someone, you're gonna have to listen to them. And hear their, no, stop, don't break up with me. Why? Is it something I said? Versus if you break up with someone over text, it's like you don't have to listen to any of that. Click, 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 click. And you just go about your day. Make a sandwich. This sounds so much more peaceful, you know? Do you guys agree with me on that? Someone's like, question mark, question mark? No? Are you crazy? Dude, that's brutal. Like, chat, let me give you my perspective, okay? And maybe you'll kind of get where I'm coming from, chat. I approach dating in a very, like, I have a very brutal perspective about dating. And it does sound a little bit heartless, but maybe that'll explain it to you. Right? I'm of the opinion, chat, and this is just my opinion, that if two people aren't meant to be together, I don't think you should bandy about and just be like, well, let's just see if this works out. I feel like a lot of people spend too much time. Maybe it's just my mentality, chat, is I don't want to get emotionally attached to somebody and then find myself in a position where I'm like, crap, now I'm emotionally attached to this person. Like, but I don't feel like they're the right person for me, or maybe there's something that, like, I can't see clearly now about the relationship. You feel me? Are you guys picking up what I'm putting down? Like, if someone's not right for you, and you kind of figured that out, better you figure that out early on than later. You know what I mean? Is this in character or IRL advice? I don't know. I will admit, chat, I'm being somewhat facetious. I would not break up with somebody over text. I think that's cold and heartless. And too personal. I send them a letter by mail. That way it takes several days to get there, and I have plenty of time to block them on everything. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. Break up via pigeon and scroll. The certified letter. It has to be. It has to be. That way you know they received it. So you know when to start looking in your rearview mirror for the car that's hunting you down. Chat, if you broke up with someone via letter, do not be surprised if they hunt you down. A handwritten note is so personal it would hurt. Oof, that's fair. You know what? That's fair. Maybe it would just hurt too much. Dearest thou, beloveds, I would like to inform you that I doth not want to spendeth time with you anymore. Our time together has been short, but meaningful. But I have decided to pursueth othereth peopleth, or something like that. Second step, go on a Mars mission. Third step, send snail mail to person you're breaking out with. There you go, there you go, back on Earth. No, look. Chat. Look, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. Okay. Here's the real life advice from Bad Chat. Here's the real life advice. So set aside in-character silliness. Do I think you should break up via text? No, of course not. That'd be silly and ridiculous. Like, real advice. Now, I will say the thing that most people don't do, if you want the best dating advice you're ever gonna get, chat, here is the best dating advice you're ever gonna get. Ready? Write this down. Get out your pens and papers. Okay? Step 1. Decide in advance, what do you want out of your relationship? You feel me? Figure out very quickly, like, what do I want out of this relationship? You feel me? Figure that out. All right. Hold on. Give me a second, chat. Alright, sorry, chat. Where was I? Okay, step 1. Figure out, what do you want in a relationship? Are you looking for someone to just hang out with, have fun with, watch movies together with? Are you looking for a committed forever partner? What are you looking for? Is the first question. It's like buying a car, chat. What do you want in your vehicle? Well, what are you looking for? What do you plan on using your car for? Alright? I'll bet that's crazy comparing car shopping to dating. Yeah, in some regards it is. But it also makes sense. What are you looking for? You feel me? What do you want out of your partner or the relationship? In other words, what are you looking for as a goal? Figure that out, number 1. Number 2, similar to car shopping, now that you know, well, I want a vehicle for off-roading, right? Okay. If you, oh, that's looking fine. I love it. If you want a vehicle for off-roading, what are your requirements in your vehicle? Do you want something that can get good gas mileage? Do you want something that has luxury compartments and things like going on in the interior that you can like can you sleep like in the trailer that you're towing behind it? Like, you got to figure out the specifics, right? Honestly, the car beam kind of makes so much sense the more I think about it. Anyway, chat, point is, figure out your deal breakers. That's what I call them. What are your nice to haves and what are your must haves? In other words, if you're car shopping, chat, and you're car shopping for a car to go to and from work, what are your nice to haves? What are your must haves? Well, I need a car that gets at least 25 miles to the gallon, or I can't afford it. Might be a must have. A nice to have might be a car that gets 35 miles to the gallon, right? Or I must have an electric car or something like that, right? In other words, figure out what you want and find out, for example, let's say you're allergic to dogs and one of your must-haves is the person is okay with not owning dogs, right? In other words, a deal breaker would be you meet somebody who like absolutely loves dogs. Now, you're not going to be able to find everything out, chat, when you figure out like who you're looking for. You're not going to be able to find everything out. But guess what? Once you have your list of how important or what am I looking for in a relationship, like, are you looking for someone to just have fun with? Or are you looking for somebody to get married to? That sets your scope for how you set up your priorities, right? For example, if you're looking for someone to just hang out and have fun with, maybe the talk of what kids we should have or something like that is something you shouldn't be that concerned about. Isn't that important to you because you're looking for someone to just hang out and watch movies with or whatever. You feel me? So setting what you want and then figure it out. I'm telling you, the car analogy just works. The more I think about it, it's a great analogy. But are you picking up what I'm putting down, chat? Oh, that looks awesome. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Pick a partner that gets great gas mileage, has great reviews, and good mechanics. Pick something reliable, and for whatever you do, chat, avoid getting one with a turbo in it, because everybody who's buying turbo engines nowadays they keep breaking. Avoid a turbo. That's Badboyhalo advice. Don't get cars with turbos, chat. Food for thought. Alright, let's see. Okay, we need to like connect it across. Maybe about how tall is this? So it's about there. I feel like it still needs to go up a little bit. I think like 2 more. Yeah, that last one about the turbos, chat. Just a Badboyhalo opinion. So, I'll explain what the issue is, chat. For anyone who doesn't know, I have a friend who works on cars. But, basically, here's the gist of it. Apparently, chat, in order to meet, like, gas mile regulations in America, like miles per gallon, a turbo, chat, essentially takes a weaker engine and it gives it a little boost. So they put a smaller engine in the car, which uses up less gas, but the turbo basically goes boom and gives it that extra kick, right? The problem is, chat, the turbo, when it breaks or goes bad, it's very expensive and it can mess up your engine. So you might end up having to replace your turbo, which is thousands of dollars. So by the time you get to the point in a car's lifestyle where you need to replace the turbo, it's not worth it. You might as well throw the car in the dumpster. It's just not worth it. And that's a lot of people are discovering this. Anyway, food for thought. Okay, so let me explain how this might... Let's create a scenario. Okay, chat, so make sure you're paying attention. Let's create a scenario. Sally is looking for someone to date. Okay? Sally wants to have 3 kids, right? And wants to find someone that really likes cats. And she wants to eventually, at some point, live somewhere in South America, right? So this is Sally in this scenario, right? So Sally goes on dates. And Sally meets someone and she starts having a conversation with the person. And the person's like, oh my goodness, I love cats. Oh my goodness, I'd love the idea of living in South America. That'd be so awesome, right? And in the conversation, the guy she's talking to says, oh, wait a minute, no, I don't want any kids. What has Sally just discovered, chat? Well, Sally set her priorities. She's looking for someone to get married to. Someone who meets this criteria she's established. She's met theoretically the perfect guy, but he doesn't want kids. Now, let's say Sally really, really wants kids. Is this guy good marriage material? No. What should Sally do? Start trying to date somebody else. But a lot of people, chat, don't bother doing this. They don't do their due diligence to figure out what they want when dating. And they end up going and getting emotionally invested in somebody who really they shouldn't be invested in. And then they're sitting there. I'm going to make this wider. See this one right here? I'm going to make it 1 block wider on each side because I think it looks better if the color strip is actually a little thinner. Do you guys agree with me? I think so. I'm going to try that. Anyway, The point is, chat, when you're in that situation, if you've done your due diligence and you're not emotionally invested, chat, you don't find yourself in the position going, fudge, I'm really emotionally invested. What if Sally falls in love with it? You guys are still on the car analogy. You gotta admit, the car analogy is a great analogy. Just admit it. If you guys admit that the car analogy is a great analogy, I'll let you keep making fun of it. As long as you admit it. It really was not? Alright, you're not allowed to make fun of it unless you admit that it was a great analogy. Sally is a Porsche. That's wild. You know who's a great couple? Monica and Chandler. Isn't that from Friends? It's an analogy, I guess. You guys are no fun. Okay, that looks really good. I think I need to bring that down, though. And I gotta bring this down. These walls are so high, I'm getting dizzy. They are really tall. The best analogy you've ever made was the tree one. What were we talking about with the tree analogy? Refresh my memory. Oh, how you see mortals and foolish. Does that qualify as dating advice, though? Or are you guys just being funny? No, it's empty, chat. I needed to go all the way down. Dang it. Read with me. The best analogy you ever made was the tree analogy. Nothing about dating. Oh. Being bullied, chatters. Well, I make some pretty good analogies, I think we can all admit. I'm glad we're on the same page. So you guys are saying you like my analogies. Thank you. It's nice to hear that, chat. I'm glad you like them. Why do I keep hearing someone eating? I have the hunger thing, so when I build it, every time I build, like, and place blocks, there's a chance that I get food from it. Bald boy Halo, why won't you acknowledge me? Because you're bald. They're a bit hit or miss. Either they're really good or pretty confusing. That's how I see the world, chat, in analogies. I feel like one of the best ways to understand something is to sell it to somebody in a context that is similar. So that they can sit there and go, oh yeah, no, I understand that. Therefore, that helps me understand this. That's the way I do things. This is why you're single. Holy crap, ban that person. Sick of you trapped in a computer. Ban them right now. Do it. Do it. I did it. All of you know the king and I went on a camel ride yesterday. Several people have sent messages like that. That was the first one you saw. You know what? No more analogies for you, chat. I got an analogy for you, actually. Can't think of a funny comeback. You guys are ridiculous. Skill issue. Of you guys have a great Valentine's Day. And next time that you're car shopping and or dating, which may happen in the same place, I hope you remember the advice and wisdom Badboyhalo tried to bestow upon you. And I don't wish you ill will. But just remember, you may fall on your face while trying to succeed in any of those endeavors, and don't come crying to me, chat. And you're trying to shop for cars without turbos and or find a partner for life. Think about that. Yeah. How are these things alike in any way? See, the fact you don't understand shows you don't know anything about dating or cars. Honestly, dating and cars are like basically 99% the same thing when you think about it. Like when you really think about it. They're basically identical. Thank you, Quada. Never breaks down on the side of the road. They're basically identical. Cars and people, chat. Think about it. Basically the same thing. What's that? All right. Line chat. Bad's gonna date a car now, apparently. You guys are ridiculous. All right, chat. It is, you know what time it is, chat? It is time to look at this. Let's check it out. Very nice. Very nice. Now imagine a green banner hanging right here and one right here. And imagine that having a more like awesome top on it. And like right here. And like looking at it. Oh, it's gonna look sick. It's gonna look sick. Yeah. I'm so happy. Alright, chat. We're gonna go do art. Make sure that you smack the follow button. Because chat, unlike me, other people here have significant others to get to. And I don't want to keep my mods here for a million hours. Food for thought. They have dates, quote unquote, and loved ones, quote unquote, and partners, quote unquote, and blah blah blah, blah blah blah. I don't even care. I don't even care. Oh, look at that! They're not even done with some of the art. So any artists who were in the middle, I know we're ending a little bit early. Feel free, I will show the ones that are still being worked on today, tomorrow. So let's go appreciate the art. Ooh, a flower chat. That's cute. A duck, very cute. I see everything's going with a red theme. A ladybug, that's cute. Shoe, cucaracho, that's cute. Godclaw, that's cute. Oh, look at this! Me, Foolish, and Skeppy eating ice cream in the middle of a forest. That's cute. I love this. This looks awesome. Look at us just walking, holding hands while eating ice cream. I love ice cream shop. This is very cute. Everybody wonders how Bad holds ice cream. That's how he holds ice cream. It's really cute. I do like this a lot. All right. This is a really cute picture, by the way. I really, really, really like this. Very nice, Sora. Very nice picture. Very cute. I like this. All right. How it's Rachel J. sees BBH. Yes, I see BBH. What the fudge? My day is good just spending time with July. It's crazy. Why do I look so sinister? Also, yeah, Foolish does have Bugs Bunny feet. That's cute. Ooh, that is a very cute cat. Oh, mazes. I love it. Aww. We did get a black cat yesterday, chat. Let's go. Super cute. I love this a lot. By the way, guys, we're going to go on Lauren's stream. We're going to play 2 versus 8 Dead by Daylight, which is a limited edition mode they brought back. We're going to try it out. 2 versus 8. Sapphire, Call Me Ghost, Little Sunshine. Ooh. That's cool. But yeah, don't worry about being late finishing art, because I will show it off tomorrow. Happy Valentine's Day from a Brazilian who only celebrates it in June. That's totally fair. It's not Valentine's Day for everybody, I don't think. So let's go. Thank you, Mahan. You're awesome. Oh, look at that. That's cute. What a cute picture. Also, a little tubling ghosty being worked on up there. Very nice, Dylan. Very nice. The one and only Dylan. Very nice. Oh, look at this. It's like a big hangout get-together. Aww. This is so cute. Why is Foolish shirtless? You should always wear shirts at get-togethers. Look at that. We got Eyeball Guy, Foolish, Skeppy, Cucaracho, the bunny. This is cute. I like this. This is so cool. Hey, very cool. Why is everybody just looking this way though? I feel like that's not very comfortable. I feel like everybody should be sitting in a circle. Why are they all trying to sit on Bad's chair? That chair does not have enough room for everybody. Very nice cars. We got a lot of cars here. We gotta find out what mileage they got. Oh, look at this! Oh, chat, this is so cute. Oh, I love it. Oh my goodness, love your style. What a very cute style you got. I don't see a signature anywhere. Very nice though, I love it. Very nice, very cute. Happy Valentine's Day. Aw, insert dancing CG5 cover here. Let's go. This is cute. You guys thought I would go no to all the ships. You think I'm giving you that satisfaction after you mocked my car analogy? Good luck. You're getting nothing. You're getting nothing. Despite your terrorizing me. You should have enjoyed my car analogy. Very nice. I love it. So good. So good. It's so good. I love this. This is very cute. Very cute. I love it. Especially the different colored outfits. Very nice. Good color scheme. Oh, wow. Murmur, what the art. This is actually really awesome. Oh, look. This is a depiction, chat, of Bad and Foolish riding a camel on, wouldn't you know it, Valentine's Day. Going on a camel ride. On Valentine's Day. Together. Interesting. Interesting. Going on a camel ride on Valentine's Day together. Fascinating. Very nice. I really like this. This is very cute. Guzzlord looks very cute as well. This is a good one. Good job. I like the floor pattern as well. That's cute. Very nice, everybody. I love it. Okay. Chat, these are very good. They're very cute. Foolish could really put a shirt on though. You know what they say, chat. No shoes, no shirt, no problem. All right, everybody. We are going to call it a day. I'm gonna pose for a little bit. Come pose with me. Why are you... All right, guys. What the fudge? We're gonna call it a day, chat. Ready? Isn't that how that goes, chat? Did you save the art? Oh, no. That's a good point. Let me save it. Lauren's about to go live. Could someone tell me if Lauren's live? I'm gonna raid Lauren. Here we go. The shirt, but no pants. Yeah, why is he not wearing pants? Lauren is live. Perfect. We're gonna go play Dead by Daylight, chat. Let me save the art really quick. Lauren has been live for hours. Looks like someone else doesn't have a date either. Let's go. Oh, let's go. I win. Alright, let's see. We'll go to the bottom. Copy. Scam, say museum. Canvas. Day 62. Alright! We got it saved. Wait, did I copy it? Yep. Alright. Bad, you're so cruel. I am not! Leave me alone. They bullied me, chat. She has a husband, Bad. That's besides the point. Husbands don't count as dates, chat. That's like an automatic date. Like, come on. That's basically, like, that's ridiculous. That's like the default. Like, come on. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Comparing it to a car. Stop it. You guys are being so mean to me today. This is ridiculous. It's a good Analogy, chat, okay? Make sure to get your date some new oil today, chat. You gotta check your date's oil regularly. Check their tires, make sure their tires have air in them. Do all the stuff you need to do, okay? Because apparently dates are like cars now. That's the analogy we're going with. No, don't GL that. You guys are ridiculous. Make sure they have a good warranty. Make sure they, never buy the extended warranty. Never buy it. It's a waste of money. You guys are so ridiculous. I can't even talk to you anymore. All right, everybody, chat. We're gonna call it a day today. I'm gonna raid Lauren. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Get out of here. You guys are ridiculous. Go hang out. Either you can watch Lauren's stream, chat. We are going to be playing Dead by Daylight 2 verse 8 edition, which is going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, I'll see you guys over there here shortly. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, mods, for hanging out on today's special day with us. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by, even though I'm sure you all gave up your dates to hang out with me today, because we all, no one's single here, chat. We're all in relationships, obviously, I'm sure, because this is the day of romance or whatever. I don't know. It's Valentine's Day, chat. Go give money to a greeting card company or something. I don't know. All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me. You guys are awesome. He has entered denial. Leave me alone. I'm done with you guys. It was a good analogy, okay? It was a great analogy, all right? The car analogy was literally the best analogy ever. There's literally no better one than that. I literally refuse to accept anyone could come up with a better analogy. Okay, it's awesome. Stop making fun of it. Admit that it's the best. Go watch Lauren. I'm gonna be there momentarily. I'm gonna go give Lucy some food. Then I'm gonna grab some food for me. And then I'm coming back here and we're gonna play Dead by Daylight, okay? So if you wanna watch, be there. Before you go, smack the follow button. You'll see your name pop up in the top right. All right. Goodbye, chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Goodbye. Woo! Goodbye, chat. See ya, see ya. Goodbye. Goodbye. See ya, chat. Bye. Bye, chat. Thank you.